This is first call for the underweight market gilts. Lux Shaw, you can be making your way to the holding pens. This is first call for Class 1 market gilts. These exhibitors are Emma Krebs, Xander Fishback, Charlotte Sloan, Ace Tyndall, and Olivia Sloan. Please start making your way to the holding pens at this time.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Certainly a pleasure to be here in Clermont County again and come back this year and sort your market hogs again. Look forward to an awful good evening. I don't know if you guys remember kind of where I laid priorities last year, if you knew I was coming back even, but hope for a good show, and we'll try to make it quick and painless here as we get into market shows. I typically like to kind of grab a gear and get through them as quick as I can, so we'll just run smooth. Ring help will be here if we need them, but we're going to try to make it as smooth as we can. So as we start your show here, we've got one young lady that didn't quite make weight, and I would just encourage her to reach out to a breeder or a 4-H advisor or somebody and just make sure you know why you didn't make weight, whether it was, you bought the wrong age project, or maybe and you just had a medical condition or a feeding issue, but certainly a learning point that you can take and move on for next year. Certainly encourage you to come back, but if you would, everybody, please put your hands together for this young lady as she exits the ring.
Judge, this is your class. This is first call for Class 2 market gilts. These exhibitors are Riley Borchers, Charlotte Williams, Boone Burbage, Savannah Pennington, Addison Strotman, and Brantley Clem. Please be making your way to the holding pens. We have run out of paper copies of show bills, but they are posted on the Clermont County Junior Fairboard website as well as the Facebook page if you would like to take a look at those digitally.
One nice way to start your Gilt show, and we'll go ahead and start this particular class with the young man's blue Gilt, and one that just comes out and wins in terms of design and balance, one that kind of excels from the side in terms of look and freshness today. She's the best in her skeleton, the most secure at the surface, probably comes out with the most feature in terms of bone and foot size, and obviously is the most in terms of shape and muscularity and freshness today. Nice kind of a Gilt to win. Young man on the belted side here will be second, and one that kind of resembles our class winner in terms of design and look, not quite as secure there in terms of angularity of hock and hip and hind leg. We'd like to just relax her and just let her go with a notch more ease of comfort out here at the surface to get her above the blue one there. But a nice Gilt with extra freshness and good maturity for this point in the game. Third place will be the young lady's wider belted hog, and one that I think for this particular weight is just a notch over conditioned in terms of maturity. Probably just got a little bit too much on that one's carcass today in terms of a market hog show. Certainly one that's got a tremendous amount of rib and body and center pliability there. Just not quite fresh enough or good looking enough to beat the ones ahead of her. Fourth place is the black hog, and one that comes out very, very fresh today. Not quite as condensed in terms of a skeleton and how she puts her parts and pieces together. Wants to get a little coarser made. Not quite as comfortable there in terms of a skeleton and how she gets out and moves. And we round out with the young ladies in fifth. A very good feeding type of a hog with a bigger outline. Not quite enough muscle and just volume and substance today to get around some of the ones ahead of her. But a very nice class, if you would. Put your hands together for those exhibitors as we send them back to the barn.
We would like to introduce our judge today, Ethan Williams. He is 31 years old and from Coolville, Ohio. He owns and operates Williams Family Show Pigs, where he and his family raise purebred and crossbred show pigs. He has been judging for 11 years at the county and jackpot levels across the Midwest. He is married to his wife, Raven, and they have 2 kids, Kyla and Carson. Please give our judge a round of applause. This is first call for Class 3 market gilts. These exhibitors are Shelby Swader, Levi Ealing, Kaylee Jennings, Sadie Woofer, Reddington Stahl, and Mason Ross.
An interesting class of sort here, and I think we've got some parts and pieces in all of these, and kind of the same issue in a few of them in terms of skeleton. But we'll start with the young man's kind of calico one here, and I wish this barrow gilt, would just kind of grab a gear and just go just a notch better for this young man. But still, she's moving well enough that I can tell that she's square from hip to hock to ground and blade to knee to ground. She's one that comes at us with a tremendous center body and rib shape, and one that's just opened up in terms of skeleton. She's stouter featured in terms of bone and foot size today. I'd like to make her just a notch fresher and give her a shot more in terms of in frame size, just kind of elevate her and extend her on both ends, but still yet I think she needs to win this particular class. Young man that's going to be second is directly in front of me here with the belted hog, and one that's just not as comfortable in terms of hock placement. When we get right in behind that thing, she wants to hit her outside toe, and consequently she pushes her hock ever so slightly. Now when she comes at us, she's a little bigger in her blade and she wants to taper at the ground, just not quite as comfortable there today at the surface as our class winner. Third place will be the young lady with the wide belted gilt, and one that just I like the front 2/3 of this hog just a notch better. Wants to get more upright in her skeleton in terms of hip. We just like to lengthen her out, pull her tail head back, just relax her in her spine, and just let her reach and go with a little more authority off both ends of her skeleton. Fourth will be the young lady's calico gilt here on the end. One that's good in terms of design and balance and elevation from the side. Has a good look. Just runs out of gas today relative to the ones ahead of her in terms of substance and volume and power there in terms of muscularity. But a very nice class nonetheless. If you would, please put your hands together for all those exhibitors.
Entering the show arena at this time is Class 3 market gilts. These exhibitors are Shelby Swader, Levi Ealing, Kaylee Jennings, Sadie Wolfer, Reddington Stahl, and Mason Ross. Congratulations, Class 2 market gilts. First place, Boone Burbridge. Second place, Brantley Clem. Third place, Riley Borchers. Fourth place, Charlotte Williams. And fifth place, Addison Strotman. We would like to thank all of our sponsors, Tim and Julie Wolfer, Lynn Durflinger, Ultimate 4-H'ers, All About Senior Insurance and more, Bonnie Fabian, El Saco Farm, Lee Farms, Liming Limousine and Cattle, Hilltop Farms, Tracy and Lane Young, Evans Funeral Home, L&L Plastics, Arch Materials, the Ross family, Carney's Feed Mill, Wolfer's Farm and Feed Supply, Neighbors Against Solar, and the Pennington family. Class 4 market gilts, please be making your way outside the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are Kylie Bosom, McKenna McKeevy, Ansel Hatfield, Savannah Smith, Briley Clem, and Wesley Tucker. Please be making your way outside the show arena at this time.
This is just a reminder that if you do not have a yellow wristband on, you are not permitted to be in the animal side of the barn. We welcome you to sit in the bleachers, but you are not allowed in the animal section of the barn.
A very, very good class to sort here, and I think we've got a trio at the top here, and two are similar, and I think we've got one that's kind of an outlier. And I guess we just kind of base it on where I lay my priorities, and we go with the one that's probably the most complete today, one that's the most comfortable, and probably the combination hog in terms of some feature, some freshness, and some bulk in the young man's, and one that's just so good in angularity of shoulder blade and forearm and hip and hind leg and how she gets out and moves. And you get on top of her, she still comes with some openness and spread in terms of right between her blade. She's got a big top, and still from the side has that profile and the extra look in terms of skull and jawline and feature that we like to see, and just kind of ties it all together again as the combination hog of this particular class. Young ladies gilt that's going to be in second is one that's kind of just rocket good looking from the side, just not quite as stout in terms of forearm and bone and circumference of foot and ankle as our class winner. I'd like to fix that one in her top line, just the notch right there in her ham loin, and just kind of let her go with maybe not quite so much sway as she reaches out. One that has a tremendous reach and range of motion and flexibility. Really where she gets beat for me today, just not quite enough in terms of raw power, especially on the lower 1/3 of her skeleton relative to our class winner. Young man that comes in third is one we can appreciate so much about from a market hog standpoint, just in terms of being raw, in terms of muscularity and shape and openness. It gets a little bit too moderate for me. The biggest reason she winds up third today is we get her moving. The longer we go, the tighter she gets. She wants to roll forward on her shoulder blade. If we could just kind of relax her in her blade, just let her reach and drive with a little more range of motion off the rear 2/3 of her skeleton, I think she pushes our class winner awfully hard. Just a different outlier, kind of a gilt to be in three. Fourth place is the young ladies that comes next on the far side here are coming at me, and one that kind of similar to our class winner in second place in terms of look and design and balance. Not quite as good there right in terms of foot and bone at the surface. Doesn't quite put her pieces together in terms of design and balance from the side for me, and gets a notch flatter sided and more two-dimensional. We round out in 5 and 6 with two hogs that just get a little drier in terms of center, run out of muscle and substance and center body to compete with the ones ahead of them, but a very good class with a very good top end. If you would, please give those exhibitors a hand.
Congratulations, Class 3 Market Gilts. First place, Mason Ross. Second place, Kaylee Jennings. Third place, Reddington Stahl. Fourth place, Shelby Swader. And fifth place, Sadie Woofer. We need all of the first and second gilts in classes 1 through 3 to be making their way to the holding pens, and third place to be getting ready in the barns. Class 1, first place, Ace Tyndall. Second place, Xander Fishback. Class 2, first place, Boone Burbage. Second place, Brantley Clem. Class 3, first place, Mason Ross. And Class 2, second place, Kaylee Jennings.
Well, another nice class. I think a very, very nice pair of gilts in the top of this one. And we'll start with the young lady's kind of red calico looking gilt here. And one, again, that's probably the combination in this particular class of just stoutness and muscle and shape in terms of back and rib. Has the most spring to her rib in this particular class in terms of just opening it up on the top side of her cage and carrying it down into her lower heart girth and into her chest floor. I think where this one really gets out and moves and beats our young lady's second place gilt is just comfort at the surface, especially on her front 2 feet. She gets her head up and probably just goes a notch better there in terms of how she sits down. Probably not quite as long in terms of stride and range of motion as our second in class, but one that is probably just a notch safer today and certainly comes with more back shape and muscularity and product in terms of her center. The young lady's gilt that is in second is one that's just ultra good looking from the side. Love the way this young lady gets her drove, even though she's not cooperating. Skin and hair is absolutely ideal for this one. Love the angle to hip and hind leg on this one. She's really wanting to kind of labor there on her front 2 feet. The longer the drive goes, she's really getting kind of sore. I don't know if she's on her dew claws or just a notch flatter footed than ideal. I'd like to just make her a notch bigger in her frame and just kind of crisp her top up to kind of go with our class winner, but a very nice gilt to be in second. Third place for me will be the young man on the far side, and one that comes relative to the ones that are left in the ring, just has more center body, product, dimension, and feature than the ones that fall below her. A good-looking one from the side, just runs out of look and wow factor in terms of show ring appeal relative to the two that wind up right ahead of her. Fourth place, the young lady that comes next, one that's just so heavy in terms of muscularity and product there in terms of muscle. Just runs out of center body pliability, dimension, just gets a little flatter sided. As we tuck in behind that one, she wants to throw her hawk and get a little less secure as she goes away. Fifth will be the young lady that comes next in the pin here. Kind of similar story to our fourth place in terms of running out of body, not quite as secure when we tuck in behind it. We round out in sixth with the young man's. Young man does a great job showing that one. Just runs out of gas today relative to the ones ahead of him, but a very nice class nonetheless. A nice pair at the top, if you would. Please congratulate those exhibitors as they head back to the barn.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 1 winner Ace Tyndall, Class 2 Boone Burbage, Class 3 Mason Ross, and Class 4 Carly Bosom.
your 4 class winners back out here, and certainly some differences in type and kind. And guys, I don't really have a type per se as much as just good ones that are fault-free and built right and complete. And I think those are all 4 represented out here in this group of hogs. And again, some differences here, and I think there's one out here that's probably just kind of the combination yet again in terms of having some extra feature in terms of shoulder blade and forearm. And this one comes at us with the biggest and deepest chest floor and lower forerib there. And I think as we get them out on the side, just a notch more elevation and extension, and certainly probably not the stoutest feature one in terms of true bone and foot size. Certainly probably the freshest today, or arguably the freshest in this particular group. But I think just one that comes out here and puts all our pieces together in just a really good, neat looking kind of a package with some extras to go with it. Young man's off-belted gilt will be champion Division I. Congratulations to him.
Entering the arena at this time is Kaylee Jennings. Reddington Stall, please be making your way to the holding pins. Reddington Stall, please be making your way to the holding pins.
Well, we bring that second in class in, and we talked about just design and look and comfortability at the surface out here. And you get on top of that one, and she's actually opened up quite a bit more than she probably looks ringside when you get right in the heart of her rib and blade there on top. And for me, I'd like to just give that one a shot more feature and density of skeleton and ruggedness to kind of match. I'd like to just change the proportions, and as we mentioned, just kind of fix that one's top line and just let her get just a notch stouter all over. And I think still yet we compare her with another class winner out here. And guys, if this was a breeding gilt show, I'd probably swap these two. And we got to remember this is a market show, and I think still yet we love the design and look and balance this one brings, the reach and range of motion and flexibility. Does she have enough? Yeah, I think she does. For me, though, we still have to have exactly what we need for a market show. I'm going to use the young lady's calico for reserve. Congratulations to her.
Entering the arena at this time is Briley Clem. Wesley Tucker, please be making your way to the holding pins. Reddington Stall, please be entering the show arena at this time. Wesley Tucker, you need to be entering the arena at this time. All other exhibitors in the holding pens are excused.
If you would, please put your hands together as these exhibitors exit the ring.
Class 5 of market gilts can be making their way to the holding pens. These exhibitors are Case Stahl, Nicholas Cottle, Case Sexton, Lance Cornrow, and Shelby Bainham. Congratulations to our lightweight gilts, champion Mason Ross, reserve Kylie Bosom, third overall Kaylee Jennings, fourth overall Briley Clem, and fifth overall Reddington Stahl. Class 6 of market gilts can be making their way to the holding pens. These exhibitors are Kemper Shepard, Claire Westner, Cassidy Bain, and Ansel Hatfield.
A nice class as we start your next division, and I think an easy place to start with the young man's here directly in front of me, just from a look and balance standpoint. One that's skin and hair is great. Young man does a great job showing, just very, very correct in terms of skeleton. Has enough when we get on top of him relative to the others in this particular class, and in this class, just by far the safest option in terms of feet and legs and structural integrity. That one gets out and goes. As I said, young man does a great job getting that one's head up and making her look good. Second place is going to be the young man here closest to me with the off belt, and one that just comes with the next most in terms of combination of feature and density and muscle. Has some extra look and elevation from the side. Gets a little straighter off both ends of her skeleton, but still yet I think needs to be second in this particular class. Young lady's blue gilt's going to be 3, and one that I think if we could get this one out and see her go just a notch better, maybe she pushes our second in class. One that's extra elevated, extra extended off both ends of her skeleton. Takes a comfortable stride. Just need more muscularity and shape and power laid into that one to get ahead of those two. Young man's white gilt is going to be 4, and one that as we get into 4 and 5 here, just some feet and leg issues we've got to correct at the surface on all 4 corners there on both of those, just in terms of being flatter footed and not quite as secure. The young man's white one comes at us with just a notch more security at the surface, has a tremendous amount of back shape and muscle laid into her. One that's a nice looking kind of a gilt. Again, just need to fix her at the surface, and same can be said for the young man in 5, but a nice class nonetheless. If you would, put your hands together for all those exhibitors.
Congratulations, Class 5 market gilts. First place, Kay Stahl. Second place, Nicholas Cottle. Third place, Shelby Bainham. Fourth place, Lance Cornwell. And fifth place, Case Sexton.
Well, I think another nice class here. I think one we find pretty easy at the top, and certainly some things I'd like to fix on the young man's Gilt in terms of just how she kind of puts her parts and pieces together. But one for this particular class, we've got to use just from a comfort at the surface, one that certainly has the most in terms of product, muscularity, shape, and product today in her center body, and still gets out with an awful good look from the side. And I wish she'd grab a gear and maybe just move a notch quicker and let me kind of see her really on the go, but certainly one that needs to win this particular class. Young ladies that comes in second is one similar in type and kind and shape there. I just got to get this one out from underneath herself on her back end, pull her tail head, lengthen her hip, give her just a shot more true shape and muscularity. She wants to get maybe just a tad chubby today and overdone for me. Not quite as secure at the surface as our class winner either, but young lady does a nice job with her. Third place was the young man Spot that's already left the ring, excuse me. Third is the young man coming out of the pen here next, and this is the one that comes in 3 over the young lady's Duroc that was in 4. Just simply put, has more substance in center body in terms of rib and depth and flank, and one that probably is a notch wider in true skeletal width when you get right on top of them and carry it to the surface. But a nice pair of feeding hogs there in 3 and 4 nonetheless. If you would, please congratulate those exhibitors as we send them back to the pen.
Class 7 and market gilts need to be making their way to the holding pens. These exhibitors are Jack Wilson, Olivia Havarilla, Kaylee Loizo, Libby Riley, Charlotte Williams, and Riley Ealing. Congratulations, Class 6 market gilts. First place, Kemper Shepard. Second place, Claire Westner. Third place, Ansel Hatfield. And fourth place, Cassidy Bain. Class A to market gilts can be making their way to the holding pens. These exhibitors are Waylon Sr., Jax Dodson, Lacey Gray, Kane Sexton, and Nolan Armour.
Well, I think a very logical place to start in this next class with the young man here in the center with the blue shirt. And one, again, definitely the combination in this particular drive, one that's got some extras in terms of feature, extras in terms of look, and one that's just so opened up in the top side of her skeleton, so fresh and still comes at us again with the look and feature we kind of need in the show ring. I think that's an awful nice kind of a gilt to win this class. Second place will be the wider belted hog there, on the far side, and one that similar to our class winner in terms of spread and dimension and center body, not wanting to drive real well for that individual, but I think that's one that certainly offers more than what's going to be in third in the young ladies. I think this calico gilt is one we really, really like from the side, and if we could just kind of get more of this gilt and just open her up and crispen her up in terms of freshness and muscularity and shape today, I think she pushes our second in class winner awful hard for that number 2 hole. Very nice designed and constructed kind of a gilt there. Proportions are right, just need more of her. Young man's white gilt is going to be fourth, and one that's got the extra muscle and shape, not quite as comfortable at the surface, not quite as good in terms of flesh and center body. Just need to get a little more on that one as well in terms of chub and composition to get any higher in the class. Fifth will be the young lady down here, and Gilt is struggling to drive for, but I think she does a very, very good job keeping her composure. Just again, a Gilt we need more of in terms of substance and volume and power to get ahead of some of those ahead of her. But a very nice class nonetheless. If you would, please congratulate all those exhibitors.
We need all first and second place exhibitors from classes 5 through 7 to be making their way to the holding pens, and third places to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Class 5, first place, Case Stahl, second place, Nicholas Caudell, Class 6, first place, Kemper Shepard, and second place, Claire Westner, Class 7, first place, Jack Wilson, and second place, Olivia Havarilla. Please be making your way to the holding pens.
Well, a class here with some give and take, and I think the safest place to start's a young man's here in the center, and he does a great job driving this one and just making her look her best, and probably not the stoutest in this particular class in terms of bone and foot size or even just feature in terms of just spread and shape, but I think that's one that's a very complete, very fresh type of a market hog. I'd like to add just a notch more to her and open her up in terms of skeleton, but I think that's one that's pretty on par in terms of finish and where she needs to be today, one that's got some extra elevation, some extra look, and certainly wins this class relatively easily in terms of comfort and design at the surface. Second place will be the young man's on the far side here that's wound up in the holding pen, and this is where we kind of start playing the cards we're dealt, and you've got to weigh our options and kind of lay back into your priorities, and when we get to this weight of a market hog show, we've got to have them with enough in terms of substance and center and body, and I think this one absolutely has a tremendous amount of product laid into her, probably just a notch too much in my opinion for this one's frame size and how moderate she is, but I think for how much she has, she still is relatively fresh, and I think she still handles it at the surface very, very well, considering I think she's got quite a bit too much on her frame, but again, young man does a nice job with her as well. Nice kind of a hog to be in. Second. Third is a young man here that comes next and just runs out of power. When we get on top of this one, I just like to open her up, like to give her a shot more rib, or spring of rib, excuse me. She's one that's got some depth aside, just gets very, very flat-sided, two-dimensional type of a hog. She gets more upright in her shoulder and blade. We just like to relax her there, get her head up, and just kind of let her go with a notch more product and center and ease and range of motion out here on both ends of her skeleton. Fourth will be the young ladies that comes next, and young lady's done a tremendous job with this one in terms of skin and hair and getting this one shown. Just gets tremendously too hard-sided and dry-centered for me. We get right in behind her. She pushes her hawk and gets very, very questionable there in terms of skeleton, but a very, very nice class nonetheless. We end up, excuse me, I thought he left the ring. The young man's Duroc Gilt on the far side is one that just runs out of show ring appeal and muscularity and shape for me in terms of just freshness, but a very nice class there. If you would, put your hands together for those exhibitors. We'll work your Division II market Gilts.
Now entering the arena is all first place exhibitors from your middleweight division. Class 5, Case Stahl. Class 6, Kemper Shepard. Class 7, Jack Wilson. And Class 8, Nolan Armour.
Well, I think a very, very good division here, and I think probably no secret. I think there's a pair out here that I kind of go back and forth between, and two that are certainly different in type and kind. And I think of the two, I think we've got one that's probably just a notch better, just in terms of kind of length of skeleton, length of cannon bone, length of forearm, one that gets out and reaches with just a notch more ease when she comes at us. She's bigger and bolder in her chest and her forerib and her shoulder. She stays square to the ground from blade to knee to ground, where the other one wants to kind of taper as she comes right at us. And you get them on the side. This one's just a notch bigger in her type and kind, a notch higher in terms of elevation of shoulder, probably just a notch cleaner fronted from blade forward on the lower 1/3 of her skeleton there through her throat. And still yet, I think it's a very, very good pair. Again, different in type and kind for me. I think the one that suits me best will be the young man's closest to me here in the blue shirt. Congratulations to him.
Olivia Havarera, please be entering the show arena at this time. Kaylee Loiza, please be making your way to the holding pens.
Well, second place drops in here. We talked in class just wanting to make that one just a notch fresher and cleaner in terms of appearance and shape and muscularity today. Still, I think hits a ring and fits the mold for what I've kind of been going through from the start of the evening all the way through. And still yet, I talked, we had an awful close pair. I'm not going to split those up. I think young man's second best. Congratulations to him.
Claire Wessner, please be entering the show arena. And Ansel Hatfield, please be making your way to the holding pens.
I grew up with her. Did you? Same church and everything. I grew up. Did you grow up with Felicity? Of the original. Oh, okay. Yeah. We knew to Felicity my freshman year. Okay. So, but we went to the same church. Yeah.
I had a skinny girl up there. It was a skinny so different when we were kids because you didn't know, we didn't have the phones and all that stuff, so you only really knew your school people,
Right.
except those fairs.
Right.
And you saw them once a year or twice a year, and that was it. Yeah.
Nicholas Cottle, please be entering the show arena. And Shelby Banham, please be making your way to the holding pens. Kane Sexton, please be entering the show arena. Everyone else in the holding pens is dismissed. Class 9 of market gilts can begin making their way to the holding pens. These exhibitors are Owen Brandenburg, Isaac Bertzel, Kai Luizo, and Jackson Noss. Congratulations to our grand champion middleweight division, Jack Wilson, reserve champion Kemper Shepard, 3rd overall Case Stahl, 4th overall Nolan Armour, and 5th overall Claire Wessner. Class 10 of market gilts can be making their way to the holding pens. These exhibitors are Paisley Tyndall, Trevor McIntosh, Madeline Royce, Cameron Hall, and Alex Bosom.
I think a relatively easy class to start and a great place to start here with the young man's on the far side, and one that just gives us a tremendous look from the side in terms of design and balance and substance there. Gets out with a very, very comfortable skeleton, certainly has enough when we get on top of her. Really nice kind of a gilt there to be in one. Second place is going to be the young man with the blue hog here, and I think this is one that just from a market hog standpoint, comes at us the most next of second and third, in terms of just some muscle shape and dimension up high. Still carries it with a comfortable skeleton, just kind of runs out of look and just openness of skeleton there relative to our class winner. Third will be the young man in the white gilt, and I think this is one that, again, from the side gives us a nice look, one that's elevated and extended, gets a little straighter off both ends of her skeleton in terms of angularity of blade and hock there to ground, but one that still has a freshness in terms of back shape and muscle. Young man does a great job showing. We round out in 4 with the young man that left. One in terms of frame size just gets a notch too moderate for me, entirely too much cover and finish late on that one. We should have just pulled the feed bucket back a few weeks ago, but very nice class. I think a really, really good kind of a gilt there to win that particular drive. If you would, please congratulate all those exhibitors as they head back to the barn.
Congratulations, Class 9 Market Gilts. First place, Jackson Noss. Second place, Kyle Lawazo. Third place, Isaac Bertzel. And fourth place, Owen Brandenburg.
Class 11 Market Gilts, please be making your way to the holding pens at this time. These exhibitors are Asher Hatfield, Hunter Ross, Sawyer Fairchild, Scarlett Lucky, and Josue Davis. Please be making your way to the holding pens at this time.
Well, I think an interesting pair here at the top, and again, certainly some differences in type and kind. I think by far the safest in terms of just comfort of skeleton and angularity of blade and forearm down to the ground. The young ladies here in the center of the ring wins this class relatively easily for me. Now, I would like to just maybe correct this one right in her ham loin just a notch and let her blend just a notch smoother, but I think, again, she's just relaxed in her blade. She's fresher in terms of muscle and back shape today. As we get right in behind her, she's probably just a notch more secure in terms of being inside of her skeleton from her pin set down than our second place. The young lady's gilt that comes in second is one that hits a ring and kind of demands some attention. I really like this one in terms of look of head and neck. She wants to roll forward in her shoulder blade and get just a notch lower fronted. She wants to roll in her hip, and I'd like to just grab that one's tail head and get her rear leg to push some surface out from behind her as she goes. But I think if we could just relax that one's top and just let her go, I think she wins this class relatively easily for me. She probably blends just a notch smoother, probably just a notch better in terms of center body as she goes right away from us. Probably just borderline in terms of getting outside of her skeleton as well. A nice complete kind of a Gilto still to be in second. Third is the young man's that come next. Just to want to fix this one in terms of proportion. I'd like to see more bone and foot and density of skeleton to match this one's upper 2/3 of her skeleton. One that's got some look and spread when you get on top of her, just runs out of look and overall dimension and power and show ring appeal relative to the two that wind up ahead of her. Fourth is the young man's blue Gilt, one similar to our second in class, wants to roll forward in her shoulder blade, just like to fix that one's head and neck carriage out of the top side of her blade, let her relax her spine and just go with a notch more authority out here. Same can be said for the one in fifth, wants to get just a little bit overdone, a little bit too loose in terms of spine and how she carries herself, but a very nice class there. I think a nice pair at the top of that class, if you would. Please congratulate those exhibitors.
Congratulations, Class 10 Market Gilts. First place, Paisley Tyndall. Second place, Madeline Royce. Third place, Alex Bosom. Fourth place, Trevor McIntosh. And fifth place, Cameron Hall. Class 12 Market Gilts, please be making your way to the holding pens. These exhibitors are Caitlin Brandenburg, Lacey Gray, Riley Carnahan, and Eden Myers.
Well, another interesting pair here at the top, and certainly some differences here in type and kind. And guys, it just kind of comes down to the one that I think is probably the most complete today. I think both are very comfortable in their skeleton on both ends, and I think both of them have the show ring look. And I think probably 6 or 8 years ago, the young man is driving one that probably wins a lot of county fairs. For me today, we just got to open that one up in terms of skeletal width and just get that one a lot softer. I think if we would have got out of that one with a feed bucket, just let her just flesh up and mature on her own there, and just fixing her ham loin and her shoulder. She gets too hard in terms of center body. One gets flatter in terms of her rib cage. Really good looking from the side, elevated, extended. Young man does a great job with her. Just not quite enough in terms of flesh and body and finish for me today for this particular weight. That's why she'll be second. Young lady in first with the black gilt, I think, is one that probably not quite as crisp in terms of top shape as our class winner. Again, just safer, very good skeleton, comes at us with just more center body substance and dimension, and that's why she wins that particular class. Next, we've got the young lady on the far side that's kind of stuck in the corner there with a belted hog, and I think this is one that comes at us with a good, a lot to appreciate in terms of just a market hog quality, feedability, substance, and product. Just runs out of show ring look and freshness today relative to the two that wind up right ahead of her. The young lady's spot will be 4, and that's one that comes with just more product and substance in terms of density of skeleton than the young man's Duroc that's going to be in 5. But a very nice group of hogs there, if you would. Please put your hands together for all those exhibitors.
Congratulations, Class 11 Market Gilts. First place, Josie Davis. Second place, Hunter Ross. Third place, Scarlett Lucky. Fourth place, Sawyer Fairchild. And fifth place, Asher Hatfield. I need all class winners and second place from class 9 through 11 to be making their way to the holding pens. Class 9 first place, Jackson Noss. Second place, Kyla Wizo. Class 10 first place, Paisley Tyndall. Second place, Madeline Royce. Class 11 first place, Josie Davis. And second place, Hunter Ross. Third placings need to be getting ready in the barns.
Well, following suit, I think, with pretty much every class, I think we've got a pair here very, very different in type and kind. And guys, as much as I want to use one over the other just for personal preferences, I kind of just break it down and fairly evaluate these two in my head and just ask myself, which one has more shape and spread and bone and foot and look for the show ring and just skin and hair and just does so much better. I think there's one that kind of finds their way to the top. And then we've got the other one that is probably just a notch safer in terms of skeleton and correctness out here in terms of angularities. As we kind of weigh them, I got to go maybe just a little bit against what I have done on the past few classes, just because I think the one that does have more of everything is still good enough in terms of skeletal and structural integrity. Certainly some things I'd like to fix on both of these. I'm going to use the young lady's black-headed gilt to win this particular class. Young lady right here is going to be second. For the class winner, I'd like to just yank that one's tail head out and just let her reach and stretch out with a little more reach and range of motion. She gets a little bit worse there as the young lady gets off of her, but when she gets her head up and gets her driving, I think she pushes just a notch more, relaxes her spine. I'm guessing that's probably a mate to maybe one we put second in class a few minutes ago. If not, sure could pass for him, but again, just comes with more shape, more bulk, more density, more foot, bone, and look for the show ring than the young lady that's going to be in second. Third is going to be the young lady's predominantly white hog here, and one we can appreciate a lot about in terms of center dimension, substance, and product there. Just runs out of shape and freshness for me today. A notch past 12 o'clock. We just rein that one back in, get her a little more comfortable on her front feet there. I think she climbs her way up and sniffs that two-hole just a little harder. Young lady that's going to be in four with the calico, just one that gets too hard and dry-centered, one we just got to fix in terms of structural correctness on both ends of her skeleton, get her up off her front feet there just a notch, give her a shot more look and dimension and presence to get her ahead of any of the others in that particular class. But a very, very nice class, a very difficult class to sort there. If you would, please congratulate all those exhibitors. We'll work your division.
Congratulations, Class 12 Market Gilts. First place, Caitlin Brandenburg. Second place, Eden Myers. Third place, Lacey Gray. And fourth place, Riley Carnahan. Entering the arena at this time is all first place winners from Class 9 to 12.
Well, I think a very, very good pair here, and still yet to follow suit. I think we've got two that are just extremely different in type and kind, and I think, again, probably no secret which two I'm looking at. I think the young man's is kind of the just wicked good-looking one from the side. She's just prettier, probably balances up just a notch better in terms of smoothness and how she puts her parts and pieces together. Not quite as much, though, in terms of just muscle shape, rib, dimension, bone, foot, and stoutness of feature. And then the young lady's Gilt comes in with more of those things in terms of just market hog qualities, and one that just comes a little more rugged and maybe not quite as pretty and good looking of a package as that one comes at you. I question her front knee just a little bit, but for as much as she's got, I think she handles herself very, very well from the side. She probably takes just a notch longer stride in terms of just reach and range of motion off both ends of her skeleton, comes at us with a bigger foot. When you get right on top of these two, I think is where the deciding factor comes in for me. One of them is just so fresh and just fed so right today, and just carries it down into a tremendously big forerib and heart girth, and comes at us, and I think doesn't again maybe have all the extras in terms of those ESTs about look and quality and show pig appeal from the side, but certainly a very, very good pair. I like the one that goes like our previous class. We'll go with the one that's got a shot more all over today. Young lady's going to win this particular division. Congratulations to her.
Madeline Royce, please be entering the show arena at this time. Alex Bosom, please be making your way to the holding pens.
We bring the second in class to our champion back in, and again, just like we talked during class, certainly a lot to appreciate, certainly some things we'd like to change, and we talked that pair there, those class winners in that champion drive, and the young man coming at me next, if we could have just had her just the back shape and just raw power in terms of center body and just market hog quality today, I think she wins this division so easily. I'd like to have made her just a notch bigger in terms of frame and just gave her a shot longer forearm and cannon bone, but when one looks that good and comes at us with so much substance, you think you can give up just a little bit of power and back shape there on the top side of her skeleton. Young man does a tremendous job showing her. She's second best in this division. Congratulations to him.
Kyla Wiseau, please be entering the show ring. Isaac Bertzel, please be making your way up to the holding pens. Hunter Ross, please be entering the show arena. Scarlett Lucky, please be making your way to the holding pens. Scarlett Lucky, please be entering the show arena at this time. All other exhibitors are dismissed. All grand and reserve in the lightweight, heavyweight, and middleweight divisions can be making their way to the holding pens. Lightweight division grand champion Mason Ross, reserve champion Kylie Bosom, middleweight division grand champion Jack Wilson, reserve Kemper Shepard, heavyweight division grand Baisley Tyndall, and reserve Jackson Noss. Thirds be getting ready in the barns. Congratulations to our heavyweight market gilts. Grand champion Paisley Tyndall, reserve Jackson Noss, 3rd overall Josie Davis, 4th overall Hunter Ross, and 5th overall Caitlin Brandenburg.
Gilt show. Just a reminder that
We are going to be taking a 10 to 15 minute break in between the conclusion of the Market Gilt show and the beginning of the Barrow show. This is just a reminder that we will be doing an overall market hog, so if you win grand or reserve overall market gilt, make sure you stick around for the end. Jackson Noss, please be making your way to the holding pens.
Well, if you would, put your hands together for all your Market Gilt exhibitors here tonight. We get your 3 division winners back in, and I think we've kind of been all over the place in type and kind tonight, and I think we settle on 3 that are actually quite similar. And I think obviously differences in maturity and youthfulness and where they're at in this stage of the game. And there's things I'd like to fix about all 3 of them, and in no particular order. The young man's here coming at me is one that's so opened up and so dense in terms of just boldness of body and center pliability. And I'd just like to give that one a shot more elevation, a shot more length, a forearm and cannon extension from blade forward. That one's getting just a little bit tender-footed on his front feet as that gilt gets around here. We just like to let her just ease up there, but one certainly that's fresh and has a tremendous amount of body and substance to appreciate. Young ladies in the center here is one that is just so monster in terms of just being a market hog in terms of rib and back shape and has the extra elevation and extension. Love that one's hip and hind leg from the side. She reaches with a range of motion that we really, really like to get out here. And when she comes right at us, I'd like to fix her in her knee. She wants to kind of come in there from blade to knee to ground if we'd like to just secure her there just a notch, but one that's got some extras, again, in terms of look and in just freshness and muscularity and shape and power today. Young man's from Division I is one we really like the look of this one. I'd like to give this one just a shot more rib spring and shape and probably center body relative to our other 2. And this is one that comes at us with probably the best chest floor and forearm and how this one's toes hit the surface, and probably not quite as crisp today. And that one's muscle shape, but still very, very big backed and one that's fed very well. And I think still yet, as we talked in several of the classes, it kind of comes down for me to the combination hog and the one that's kind of got the skeleton that we like to build on from the ground up, and then still comes with so many extras in terms of just muscle shape and feature in terms of bone and foot size. One that's so good in terms of reach and range of motion out here. I like the young lady's heavyweight best. She'll be champion gilt. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations, Grand Champion Market Gilt, Paisley Tyndall. Entering the arena at this time is Jackson Noss. Josie Davis, please make your way to the holding pins.
We drop our reserve gilt to our champion overall therein, and from our heavy division, and we talked that one in class of just being so good looking from the side and just kind of a silhouette that you'd see in kind of a Show Pig Farm logo, and one that's just so good in terms of angles of skeleton there. Again, we'll pick her apart too. I'd like to make her just a notch harder. I think she just needs fed just another week or so and just kind of pull some more shape into that one, and just she doesn't have quite the boldness of shoulder blade and forearm and cannon bone and circumference of foot and ankle as maybe our champion or maybe our other class or division winner, but that one is just so good looking and correct. Again, like to just make her maybe a notch bigger like we talked in her division in terms of length of cannon bone and forearm. Just get some elevation and extension to get around our champion overall. That thing is wicked good looking, and as we kind of evaluate her with another one that comes to the top pretty quick for me, I think of the 2, there's one that's got just a notch more in terms of boldness of body, boldness of back shape, and stoutness of feature, certainly in terms of density of skeleton. One that's bigger footed, bigger bone. I like the young man's Division II reserve. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations, reserve champion Market Gilt, Jack Wilson. Entering the arena at this time is Kemper Shepard. Case Stahl, please be making your way to the holding pins.
we pull the reserve in that particular division out, and again, I think fits the mold just in terms of comfort, of skeleton angles that we like to look for. One that comes with a notch more center body and gets a little softer and sore there on her front feet. We talked in class or division there. She wants to taper as she comes to us. I think it comes down to another one for me for third that's just wild, good looking. If we could have packed some more shape and raw power into this one, I think she pushes our champion awful hard. Young man right here in front of me will be third. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations, third overall market gilt, Jackson Noss. Entering the arena at this time should be Josie Davis.
We drop the next one in, again, one that kind of rivals that last one we used there for third in terms of look and design from the side. One that's built really, really nice in terms of angles of skeleton. Again, follows suit with that one in terms of just being maybe a notch softer today in terms of muscle shape and hardness of back. I think if we could just kind of crisp that one up, again, she fits right in the mix. And as we evaluate her with the other two we've got in the ring, I think there's one that probably comes at us with just a notch more true feature in terms of bone and foot size. One that comes at us with a tremendous chest floor, one that's got extra elevation and look. I just like to see her a little further along. Young man here from Division 1 is going to go next at 4. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations, fourth overall market gilt, Mason Ross. Entering the arena at this time is Kylie Wisdom. All other exhibitors are dismissed.
Well, the next one from Division 1 comes out there, and the young lady's Calico, and one that kind of follows suit with just muscle shape and back and freshness and crispness today. I think that is one that, while I'd like to make her just a notch bigger in type and kind, I understand she's just a notch lighter, and she could go a little further. I'd like to make her just a notch more elevated, notch more extended, I think, relative to the others. She certainly comes at us with the freshest back shape, one that probably takes the longest stride of the other two, that are out here. And when she comes at us, she's got a chest floor that kind of carries into a bold lower forerib, still has some extra look. I think she's fifth best today. Congratulations to that young lady.
Congratulations, fifth overall market gilt, Kylie Bosom. A reminder, we are taking a 10 to 15 minute break in between this show and the Barrows. We are going to start at 8:15. Class 1 market barrows need to be making their way to the holding pens. These exhibitors are Addison Sloan, Jaden Swader, Jenna Stahl, Briley Clem, Mason Ross, and Kay Stahl. Please be making your way to the holding pens. Entering the arena at this time is Class 1 market barrows. These exhibitors are Addison Sloan, Jaden Swader, Jenna Stahl, Briley Clem, Mason Ross, and Kay Stahl. Class 2 market bearers can be making their way to the holding pens. These exhibitors are Cindo Shaw, Jonathan Noss, Jackson Noss, Riley Ealing, and James King.
Well, I think a very, very good way to start your barrow show. And we get in here, and I think we've got a trio or even maybe four in this particular class. And if this is kind of an indication of what's to come, I certainly look forward to the rest of it. And still, I think we get down to a couple here, very similar in type and kind, and yet some different characteristics when we really break them down and study them. We're going to lead off with the young lady's barrow right here in front of me. Wins this particular class on kind of the combination of look and spread and shape. And I'd like to make that one just a notch bigger in his kind in terms of length of cannon bone. I think he's right there on the borderline as we tuck in behind him. He's wanting to just start to maybe consequently push on his hock just ever so slightly. I do question that, but I think he's just fresher today, sharper looking, better headed, better chested and throated than the young man that's going to be in second. The young man that's in second, if we could just kind of harden this one up in terms of just squareness of back shape and crispness, I think that one's got a rugged, wild, kind of a raw look in terms of just heavy duty of a skeleton, one that's got some extras in terms of rib and bone and foot, just not quite enough shape or look to get around the one that's ahead of him today. Very nice barrow in two, though, nonetheless. Young lady that's going to be in third is one that's very, very opened up in terms of skeletal width. We tuck right in behind this one. He's outside the corners on his skeleton, a little bit more moderate, shorter forearm. Like to just elevate him, extend him, and fix him there in terms of structural correctness from behind to get ahead of the two that land ahead of him in class today. Fourth will be the young man's here next. Same can be said for him, one that just gets a less comfortable, on the surface on his rear two, wants to get awful tight there in his ham, loin, and hip and just kind of not set his feet down awful well there on his hind end, but I think that's a barrow that's got some look, got some product, just runs out of kind of the sharpness of look and the correctness of skeleton. We wind up in 4 and 5 with two. A lot to appreciate in terms of center body and product and spread. Not quite as much bone, not quite as much look. Just need to just doctor those up in a couple areas to get them any higher. But a very nice start to your barrow show, if you would. Please put your hands together for all those exhibitors.
Congratulations, Class 1 Market Barrow. First place, Jenna Stahl. Second place, Mason Ross. Third place, Briley Clem. Fourth place, Case Stahl. And fifth place, Jaden Swader. Class 3 Market Barrows can begin making their way to the holding pens. These exhibitors are Brantley Clem, Levi Ealing, Kylie Bosom, Elijah Newberry, and Emma Krebs.
Another nice class. I think a pair here at the top end of this one and the two young men on the rail that are very similar in type and kind. We elect to lead off with the young man there in the back and the pink shirt. And I think both of these bears here in 1 and 2 kind of suffer from the same thing there with the swollen gland underneath. And it really doesn't mean anything from a market hog scenario, just not quite as eye appealing in the show ring. Again, both of them struggle with that there today. I think the young man's is just a notch sharper looking, a notch fresher in terms of back shape and crispness. When we get right in behind him, I think he's just as square from hip hip to hock to ground, and just comes at us with more chest floor, more openness of skeleton than the young man's that comes in too. This one's just a little bit more rugged looking, narrower chested, wants to come in and taper at his front feet as he comes at us. Just got to sharpen him up in terms of look and muscularity as well, but a nice pair of barrows there on the top end. Young man in third is going to be the Calico on the far side, and one that comes at us with the next most muscularity, back shape, and product in terms of just muscle. Probably the widest pin set and biggest hand hog in this particular drive. Runs out of body in just terms of depth of flank. Want to just soften that one up. Want to just give him a shot more bone in terms of proportion to kind of match that extra muscle he's got on his frame, but I think a really nice kind of a generic market hog to be in third. Young man that comes in four is the Black Hog, and this is one that just, again, probably a notch overdone in terms of composition and fat cover today. Like to just harden and sharpen that one up in terms of muscularity as well. Same can be said for the young lady in five. If you would, put your hands together for all those exhibitors as they head back to their pens.
Congratulations, Class 2 Market Barrows. First place, Jackson Noss. Second place, Jonathan Noss. Third place, Riley Ealing. Fourth place, James King. And fifth place, Cinder Shaw. Making their way to the holding pen should be Class 4 Market Barrows. These exhibitors are Reddington Stahl, Jack Wilson, Madeline Royce, and McKenna McCoy.
I think another class that's very, very quick and easy to sort for me, and they kind of sort themselves, and we land on the young ladies, predominantly white barrow here, and just kind of the one that wins this class just in terms of show ring look, having some extras in terms of shape, and one that's presented nicely today. Young lady does a great job getting that one's head up and drove. One that's comfortable in his skeleton, maybe a notch moderate for me, but I think we're getting to the weight where we can start to finish these things just a little bit. Again, freshness, center body, dimension, back shape, I think wins this particular class rather easily. Young man's white hog is going to be second, and one that's just a very practical feeding type of market hog, one that's got a tremendous amount of center product and muscle. Just doesn't come in quite a show ring look as maybe the one that beats him today, but I think one that we've got a lot to appreciate about, comfortable on his skeleton. I think it's one that can get on the slats and perform and continue to do so for years to come. Third will be the young man's off-belted, red-collared one, and one that just gets a notch softer in terms of muscle for me. I'd like to just harden that one up, clean him up in terms of composition on the lower one-third of his skeleton, and just let him get out out and drive with a little more ease and flexibility and range of motion, but one that's got a tremendously big center body, one that's deep and pliable in his center body. Just want to fix him at the surface and harden him up. Young lady's Berkshire Barrow is going to be the fourth, and that's one again similar to our third and fifth. Just a little bit overdone in terms of fat cover for me today. We'd like to just crispen that one up in terms of muscle shape, give him a shot more bone and feature and show ring look to get any higher. Young man that comes in fifth is one that does have extra muscularity and sharpness. A skeleton just gets way too uncomfortable for me in terms of how he coordinates himself at the surface. Maybe a stress carrier there, I'm not quite sure, but we just got to fix him in too many areas at the surface to make him comfortable out here to get any higher in the class. Very nice class though, nonetheless. Congratulations to the young lady. If you would put your hands together for all those exhibitors.
Congratulations to Class 3 Market Barrows. First place, Kylie Bosom. Second place, Levi Ewing. Third place, Elijah Newberry. Fourth place, Emma Krebs. And fifth place, Brantley Clem. We would like to reintroduce our judge for this evening, Ethan Williams. He is 31 years old and from Coolville, Ohio. He owns and operates Williams Family Show Pigs, where he and his family raise purebred and crossbred show pigs. He has been judging for 11 years at the county and jackpot level across the Midwest. He is married to his wife, Raven, and has 2 kids, Kyla and Carson. Please give our judge a round of applause. We need all first and second winners from Class 1 through 3 to be making their way to the holding pens. Class 1 winner, Jenna Stahl. Class 2, Mason Ross. Class 1, second place, Mason Ross. Class 2, first place, Jackson Noss. Second place, Jonathan Noss. Class 3, first place, Kylie Bosom. Second place, Levi Ealing. Third places need to be getting ready in the barns.
Well, I think a really good pair of barrows here in the top end of this class, and again, quite a few similarities and still yet quite a few differences. And I think as we study these two, I think both are very, very good in a lot of the same areas. And I think as we kind of evaluate them, one of them comes at us with a longer hip, a leveler hip, one that just gets out and pushes a little more ground behind him as he goes. It's a barrow that comes at us with a bigger bone and foot size, and still yet probably comes at us with just a notch more rib and true spread right between his blade when you get on top of him. Probably not quite as sharp and crisp in terms of back shape maybe as the second place, but one that comes at us with more neck in terms of extension from blade forward, and probably when that one gets its head up, probably has just a notch higher head carriage, not wanting to work quite as well. I like the young man's to be first. Young lady, you're going to be second. Congratulations to them. Third will be the young lady here with the black hog in the center of the ring, and I think one that comes at us with some muscularity, one that comes at us with some bone. Wants to get a little bit dirtier in terms of joints there at his hock. We'd just like to clean that one up. He wants to spread and push on his hock just a little bit, get him a shot more center volume and substance there, and just let him free up and relax his spine and get out and go. Same can be said for the young man's in fourth. Just got to fix too many issues there with the surface on both ends of his skeleton, but a very good job there. If you would, put your hands together for those four exhibitors. We'll work your Division I barrows.
Congratulations, Class 4 market bearers. First place, Jack Wilson. Second place, Madeline Royce. Third place, McKenna McAvoy. And fourth place, Reddington Stahl. Now entering the arena is classes 1 through 4 winners. Levi Ealing, please make your way to the holding pens.
Well, a very, very good set. I'm very pleased with the first 4 barrow class winners we've got here, and we get them out here, and I think quite a few similarities in type and kind of what we've got, and still yet I think it comes down to a pair here that just offer a notch more look in terms of show ring presence and skin and hair, and ones that get out and move just a notch freer in terms of reach and range of motion off both ends of their skeleton. We get them behind them. I think one is a notch more secure from hip to hock to ground in terms of just overall squareness, one that's extra big in terms of pin and shoulder blade and bone and foot, and still yet I think from blade forward probably comes with the most extension in this particular class. Doesn't want to drive quite as well, but I like the young man's Calico best. Congratulations to him. He'll win this particular division.
Madeline Royce, please be entering the show arena at this time. McKenna McCoy, please be making your way to the holding pens.
We bring that second in class in, and we talk that one in class of I just like to just fix that one's tail head and length and levelness of hip, and we get him out here and compare him to the other that was in contention for champion for this division, and the reason the young man did not win the division was just overall stoutness and power in terms of bone, foot, shoulder blade, and just spread and rib and center dimension, and I think these are on a little more level playing field here, these two, in those regards, and that being said, I think one comes at us with a notch better, sharper look. One comes at us with a longer level or more consistent hip that just gets out and is a lot more comfortable with the surface. Young man right here in front of me is going to be reserve Division I. Congratulations to him.
Jonathan Noss, please be entering the show arena at this time. Riley Ealing, please make your way to the holding pens. McKenna McAvoy, please make your way into the ring. Mason Ross, please be entering the ring. All other exhibitors are dismissed. Class 5 of Market Barrows, please be making your way to the holding pens. These exhibitors are Trevor McIntosh, Kaylee Loizo, Jonathan Noss, and Sadie Woofer. Congratulations to our lightweight champion, Jack Wilson. Reserve champion, Jackson Noss. Third overall, Madeline Royce. Fourth overall, Jenna Stahl. And fifth overall, Mason Ross. Class 6 market barrows, please be making your way to the holding pens. These exhibitors are Paisley Tyndall, Jax Dodson, Lance Cornwell, and Savannah Pennington.
Another class here with some give and take, and we start with the young lady on the far side, and one that's probably just the most correct in terms of skeleton in this particular class, and that's not to say he doesn't have some things about him I'd like to fix, but I think he's the freshest today in terms of boldness of rib and center, and one that's spread and opened up in terms of back shape and muscularity, and just gets out more comfortable in terms of angularity of skeleton relative to the young man that's going to be in two. Front 2/3 of this particular barrow the young man has in second wins this class very, very easily for me, and just in terms of look and design. I've got to fix this guy's rear third, from his ham loin back. Wants to really get up underneath himself, gets a little more sickle hawk from the side. If we could just kind of change his design and angle, make him a notch more comfortable, I think he wins the class relatively easily. That's why he winds up second. Young lady will be third with the next one. One that's body type actually isn't quite as overdone maybe as his front third from blade forward, but on top of that, just being overdone and over composition there in terms of jowl and then neck fat and finish. Gets straighter in terms of hawk angle from the side, wants to get a little bit posted, wants to get a little bit straighter in terms of shoulder blade there as well, and roll forward. If we could just kind of relax him, just extend him and just clean him up, I think maybe he could get a notch further ahead in this particular class. We round out in fourth with the young man's, just off on both ends in terms of angularity. Good feeding type of hog, bigger outline one, I think makes a good market hog, just not quite fit for the show ring for me today, but a nice group there. Give all four of those exhibitors a hand if you would.
Congratulations, class. Five market barrows. First place, Kaylee Loizo. Second place, Jonathan Noss. Third place, Sadie Woofer. And fourth place, Trevor McIntosh.
I think a very logical find to start our class here with young ladies Blue Barrow, and one we'd like to stouten up in terms of bone and foot, but one that's very, very fresh today. I think that one's fed well, has some extra look, some extra dimension, just a nice kind of a show ring barrow for me to win this particular class. Second will be the young ladies Black Hog, and we get into these last three, and I think all three have some issues in terms of skeleton we'd like to fix. We get right in behind this one. He wants to push his hocks, but I think from that point forward, I think he comes with the most blade and heaviness of structure, the most spread up high in terms of back shape, muscle, and rib, in terms of just overall product to go ahead and land in two over the young man's Calico Barrow. If we could just give this one some more shape and just freshness and show ring look, I think he kind of works up into that two spot just a notch easier, wants to get a little stiffer and straighter there about his hip and rump. If we could just kind of flex him and give him a shot more angle to hock from the side, I think he probably winds up in the second place, but he's going to be third because of that. Young man M4 is a barrow that's nice, built from the side, got some design, got some look and elevation, just runs out of power. Simply put, needs more substance, needs more shape and muscle and power to get ahead of any of those above him. But a nice pair of barrows there at the top, or excuse me, a nice trio of barrows there at the bottom end. If you would, please put your hands together for all those exhibitors.
Class 7 market bearers, please be making your way to the holding pens. These exhibitors are Leah Riley, Asher Hatfield, Alex Bosom, Allie Morrison, and Elijah Newberry. Congratulations, Class 6 market barrows. First place, Paisley Tyndall. Second place, Savannah Pennington. Third place, Lance Cornwell. And fourth place, Jax Dodson.
I didn't.
This is your reminder that the sale trailer is going to be open for 1 hour after the conclusion of the Barrow Show. Class 8 market barrows can be making their way to the holding pens. These exhibitors are Case Sexton, Boone Burbage, Addison Stratman, Scarlett Lucky, and Kai Loizo.
Well, another nice class, and I think we start with the young man's barrow on the far side there. Just again going back to which one's got the most, which one's the most complete. He's got the most spread, the most dimension, the best in terms of length of hip and comfort in terms of stride out here among the top two. He comes with some extra look and shape there in terms of just freshness today, and I think he needs to win this class because of that. Second place will be the young lady's black barrow, and this is one simply just winds up in second because he's got more product. He's just a little bit more ready in terms of a market hog scenario. That was one that's got some extra design, like the angle to his shoulder blade. He wants to sit down just a notch harder on his rear too. Doesn't come with quite as much stoutness of feature or read with quite as much maturity just in terms of overall readiness for today for a show as our class winner. Young man's barrow that comes in third is one that probably in another 30 or 45 days maybe could make me look a little foolish, and I think if we could just get that one on feed and just let him go and be quite a bit bigger, he'd probably come into himself. He's just too green and immature today for a market hog show, one that's just flatter, more two-dimensional, sharper on the top of his blade, just a little bigger outline than probably ideal for a market hog scenario. Fourth place is the young lady that's going to exit next, one that's got a tremendously wide pin set, tremendous amount of product, got to get more center body in terms of depth of flank, got to fix that one in terms of skeleton at the surface. We round out in five with the young man's. I think is very, very well finished today in terms of market hog's quality. Just got to get more show ring look, appeal, and just flashiness for the show ring to get any higher in this particular class. But I think a very nice 5 barrows there in that particular class. If you would, please congratulate those exhibitors as we send them back to the pen.
Congratulations to Class 7 Market Barrows. First place, Alex Bosom. Second place, Allie Morrison. Third place, Asher Hatfield. Fourth place, Leah Riley. And fifth place, Elijah Newberry. Savannah Smith, please make your way to the holding pens.
I think probably the most respectable class we've had from top to bottom all night, and I think there's a lot of quality here, and so it takes maybe just a notch more time. Typically we kind of get into good ones, they sort themselves, we get into bad ones, they sort themselves, and we get into kind of the middle of the road, and then obviously on up from there we've got some quality in this particular class, and you just got to kind of reevaluate and kind of reset what you're looking at for the day, and I think still yet we find a very easy winner in this particular class, the young lady on the far side, just in terms of being just extra stout and dense, and he's skeleton, one that's bold and he's full rib, opened up and he's top, and it just has extra shape and feature and stoutness to get ahead of the rest in this particular class, and I think wins it very, very easily for me. As we get into second, I think it gets a notch more difficult, and I think we land on the young ladies on the far side, and he's not wanting to drive forward, and I think as we kind of break down skeletal and structural integrity, I think that one kind of rises to the 2 spot relatively easily for me as well, behind our class winner. That one's got extra look from the side, one that's got some shape and dimension. When he does get his head up and drives, I think he's got a lot that we can appreciate. One that's square from hip to hock to ground, good in his chest, good in his full rib, good in his knee, just doesn't want to drive and doesn't have quite the extras that our class winner does. Third and fourth get a little trickier yet again for me, and I think still yet we kind of weigh our evaluation and our priorities on structural correctness. We land on the young man in the purple shirt, one that as he goes away from us, not quite as square and comfortable there from behind as some of the ones that get ahead of him, but certainly comes with more product, shape, and freshness today in terms of a market hog scenario than the young man that's going to be in fourth. I think a young man in fourth is one, maybe a notch bigger outline, gets a notch straighter and shorter out of his hip, wants to not reach and flex quite as well at both ends of his skeleton as the 3 ahead of him, but got some extra look, some extra dimension there. A really nice class there from top to bottom. If you would, please put your hands together for all 5 of those exhibitors.
6 in this one.
I can't say that again, never mind. You said, what the fuck is that? I said, she doesn't look American. Because I don't think she does. I don't think she does either. I asked him if she was American and he got all offended. I was like, I was just asking.
I thought the young man here left. The young man that's going to be in 5 is one, again, comes with extra spread and dimension. One that's got more bone and foot size maybe than some of the others that wind up ahead of him. Just gets awful short, moderate, and he's type and kind. Gets a little straighter there from hip to hock to ground from the side. I just fix him in a couple areas. Still think he's an awful nice barrow. Put your hands together for that young man if you would.
Actually, maybe I will sleep in there and just be like, sorry, bitch. Find somewhere to go. Can I get him a water? Here's water.
Congratulations, Class 8 Market Barrows. First place, Addison Strotman. Second place, Scarlett Lucky. Third place, Case Sexton. Fourth place, Kyla Wiseau. And fifth place, Boone Burbage. We need all first and second exhibitors from Class 5 to 8 to be making their way to the holding pens. Class 5, first place, Kaylee Loizo. Second place, Jonathan Noss. Class 6, first place, Paisley Tyndall. Second place, Savannah Pennington. Class 7, first place, Alex Bosom. Second place, Allie Morrison. Class 8, first place, Addison Strotman. Second place, Scarlett Lucky. Third places need to be getting ready in the barns.
Well, I think, again, a very, very good trio in the top of this particular class, and we'll lead off with one that's maybe just a little bit more outlier kind of pieces in terms of just frame and look and design, and one that's got some extra elevation and extension, still comes at us with probably the boldest chest floor and boldest forearm and shoulder blade, and certainly the biggest in terms of a circumference of bone and ankle in this particular class. I'd like to just maybe just let him reach just a notch further off his rear too, but I think he certainly comes with the most of enough things and certainly enough of the rest that we got to start playing the cards we're dealt, and I think that one deserves to be number one. Young lady that's in two over there, if we could just kind of freshen this one up and just give him a notch more bone and foot to kind of rival all the upper two-thirds that he's got in terms of just boldness of center and rib and spread up high, I think that one pushes that class winner awful hard. Just like to see just a notch more stoutness of feature and density of skeleton and just a notch more crispness in terms of freshness of back shape in that one. The reason he's two over the young man's white hog that's three, he's got just a notch more elevation in terms of height of shoulder, and he's just a notch more extended from blade forward than the young man's white barrow. I really like the young man's white barrow in terms of look. He just wants to run downhill relative to the two that wind up ahead of him. Not quite as good in terms of reach and range of motion as the one that gets right ahead of him in the two-hole, but I think a very, very good trio nonetheless to round out the top end of that class. We get into some structural issues here as we kind of get on down in. I think 4 is going to be the young lady's blue barrow here, and one that's just more practical, doesn't have quite as much look maybe as some that get down below him, but certainly safer in terms of skeleton, one that's got more rib and center body and product probably than the two that fall below him. 5 and 6 both wind up with just too many structural issues in terms of hock placement and security at the ground for me to get any higher in this particular class. Both individuals do a great job showing. If you would, please put your hands together for all those class exhibitors as we send them back to the barn.
Entering the show arena at this time is first place winners from class 5 through 9. These exhibitors are Kaylee Loizo, Paisley Tyndall, Alex Bosom, Addison Strotman, and Hunter Ross. Congratulations, class 9 winners. First place, Hunter Ross. Second place, Peyton Smith. Third place, Kemper Shepard. Fourth place, Savannah Smith. And fifth place, Waylon Sr.
I think we've got a tremendous division here of barrows. You guys can just kind of let these things. I know where I'm going to go with this. They're all kind of fighting us and wanting to get noisy. We can just crash them here, guys. I think there's 5 out here that are really, really good in their own type and kind, and I think we've got to kind of weigh priorities at this point. And guys, I build my entire life sow herd judging career on ones that are built right from the ground up, and I think that's where I've always placed my priorities, and that's where I like to start. And I think there's a couple out here that I would deem that don't really have an issue in terms of structure. And then from that point on, I think after we study the angles of skeleton and how they use them and how they sit down on their toes square and get out and go, I think then we like to find them that are fresh and good looking. And that's kind of, if you would ask me what it takes to win a hog show for me, I like them built right, I like them good looking. If we can add the extras after that, that's kind of the way I place my priorities and always have. And still yet, guys, we got to have enough of everything in terms of, relative to the other class winners out here. We've got to have barrows that get out and have enough product, and I can live with a lack of maybe some feature or whatever on gilts maybe that I can't with barrows. And not to go on and on and on. I think there's a pair out here that hit me awful hard, and I think they're probably the two most dissimilar in this particular drive. One of them's got a just monster set of bones, monster set of just openness of skeleton. One goes and opens up on top and carries it all the way down through, and it just has so much room between his eyes and his skull. And one of them is maybe not quite as stout in terms of feature and density of skeleton, but is just fed so fresh and just so good in terms of design and balance and look. And guys, if you gathered anything, I guess, from me tonight, I like them built right. Both of those do that for me. I like them good looking. I think one is a notch better there. Again, I'll give up some power to get them built right and fed this good. Blue Barrow is going to win this division. Congratulations to her.
Entering the show arena at this time is Savannah Pennington. Lance Cornwell, please be making your way to the holding pens.
Taking nothing away from the young lady that comes in next. I think we had several out here that kind of wind up ahead of her, and I think still yet, I think we've got a couple out here that find their way in contention. It was really, really close for me, and I had to kind of split hairs and lay my priorities in to find a champion. I think there's another one out here that has so many extras, and if I could just clean this one up from blade forward and just get this one sharper looking and just a notch fresher, I think he wins this division so much easier because he's so big skeleton and big, heavy duty. The young lady here that's got the Barrow fighting her on the ring in the blue shirt, she's going to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Entering the show arena at this time is Scarlett Lucky. Case Sexton, please be making your way to the show arena.
I know I haven't talked to all five in a division yet, and I think there's a quality here that warrants an explanation maybe on why I kind of go where I go. And I think for third, we've got another pair out here that are very, very good in their own right, and again, still not real similar in type and kind. We've got one that's maybe got some extras in terms of heaviness of structure and bone and foot and look and elevation, and one that's just got so much more in terms of rib and shape and spread. The bear here on my right is one I just like to just let him reach and get a little more angle to his hock set. Let him push, but when we get right in behind him for as much as he's got, he still handles it very, very well. He's very, very square. The young man in the blue shirt is one I just like to get a little more boldness of rib and spring and center body there. One that probably does have a notch more reach. For me, I guess it's just the one that's got the most in terms of overall being a complete market hog. I like the young man's black-headed hog next. He's going to be fourth. Congratulations to him.
Entering the show arena at this time is Allie Morrison. Asher Hatfield, please be making your way to the show arena. All other exhibitors are excused to their pins. Class 10, please be making your way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Bailey Fishback, Riley Borchers, Travis Brandenburg, Isaac Birdshaw, Allie Morrison, and Nicholas Cadell. Please be making your way outside the show arena. Congratulations, middleweight division champions. First place, Paisley Tyndall. Second place, Addison Strotman. Third place, Alex Bosom. Fourth place, Hunter Ross. And fifth place, Peyton Smith. Entering the show arena at this time is Class 10 market barrows. These exhibitors are Bailey Fishback, Riley Borchers, Travis Brandenburg, Isaac Birdshaw, Allie Morrison, and Nicholas Cadell. Class 11 market barrows, please be making your way to the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are James King, Sawyer Fairchild, James Davis, Xander Fishback, and Ace Tyndall.
Well, I think a nice class here, and I think we've got a pair at the top of this class that I'll both find their way there pretty easily just in terms of structural correctness and integrity, and ones that get out and have some extra look. And I think we'll go ahead and use the young lady's black hog that's just a notch fresher, has a notch more extension from blade forward, gets out probably not quite as big in terms of spread and back shape as the young man's, but again, just fresher today in terms of the lower one-third of that one skeleton. Would have loved to get him and see him get out and drive just a notch better, and I think that's one that's got a tremendous amount of good. He doesn't take quite as long or comfortable of a stride as our class winner, but I think that's still a very, very nice barrel with a lot to appreciate in terms of center body and dimension and boldness of rib and center. As we move into third and fourth, I think there's a few different ways you can go about it, and I think as we kind of evaluate the ones we've got,
Is that a cough? Cough?
excuse me, as we get into third and fourth, I think we've got two out here, and one of them just comes a notch better in terms of just, I think, boldness of top and shape and center in the young man's. One that's bigger in terms of bone and feature, doesn't have quite as much look or extension in terms of elevation, but I think still offers more in terms of a market hog scenario than the young ladies that's going to be next. Young ladies is one that gets out with more extension and look, just doesn't have quite as much in terms of bone, feature, and density as the young man's, but a very nice pair there. We round out M5 with the young lady here, one that gets a little straighter and shorter in terms of hip and hind leg. I'd like to just offer more flexibility and reach and range of motion for that one. Just clean it up, and we round out the young man here in 6 with one that just needs more show ring presence, more show ring or eye appeal, in terms of just freshness, muscularity, and back shape. I think we just need to get that one back on feed, but a very nice feeding type of a hog. I think would hang a very, very nice carcass for that young man. If you would, please put your hands together for all those exhibitors as we send them back to the barn.
Entering the show arena at this time is Class 11 market barrows. These exhibitors are James King, Sawyer Fairchild, James Davis, Xander Fishback, and Ace Tyndall. Congratulations, Class 10 Market Barrows. First place, Allie Morrison. Second place, Travis Brandenburg. Third place, Nicholas Cadell. Fourth place, Bailey Fishback. And fifth place, Riley Borchers. Class 12 Market Barrows, please be making your way outside the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are Caitlin Brandenburg, Jenna Stahl, Kaylee Jennings, Cameron Hall, and Wesley Tucker. Please be making your way to the holding pens at this time.
I think a really, really good place to start in this particular class, the young man's barrel on the far side, and that's one that just kind of has all the parts and pieces we need for a show ring kind of a market barrow, one that's fresh, one that's good looking, good build. I like that barrow quite a bit. Second for me is going to be the young man that's kind of stuck over in the corner, and one that probably just gets a notch wastier in terms of overall composition and finish today. I think the young man does a really good job with that one in terms of skin and hair. He's found the exit as several have here this evening, but I think that's one that comes out with the most good in terms of just overall complete package relative to the three that remain in the ring. Third place will be the young man in the blue shirt, and this is one that's got some extra design similar to our class winner in terms of elevation, in terms of extension, just runs out of power and just rugged, raw back shape that are right on top of him relative to the one that gets ahead of him. I think that's a really good kind of a market barrow in terms of one that's got a product, center body, muscle shape. I do think that's an awful nice kind of a barrow. Just doesn't have quite as much look or eye appeal as maybe the two that get right ahead of him. Fourth place will be the young man's white barrow, similar to the young man in third. Extra design, extra look, and elevation. It just gets a notch chubbier fronted in terms of head and jaw. Again, runs out of muscle shape and just crispness for me relative to the ones ahead of him. We round out with the young lady in five, and one that, again, a good feeding type of a hog. It's a little bit more moderate, one that just gets a little bit uncoordinated off both ends of his skeleton, and probably just a notch past 12 o'clock in terms of feed today. But a very nice class there. I think a barrow at the top end that's awful good. If you would put your hands together for that or those exhibitors, excuse me.
Entering the show arena at this time is Class 12 Market Barrows. These exhibitors are Caitlin Brandenburg, Jenna Stahl, Kaylee Jennings, Cameron Hall, and Wesley Tucker. Congratulations, Class 11 Market Barrows. First place, Ace Tyndall. Second place, James Davis. Third place, James King. Fourth place, Xander Fishback. And fifth place, Sawyer Fairchild. Class 13 market barrows, please be making your way to the holding pens at this time. These exhibitors are Olivia Havarilla, Colton Phillips, Riley Carnahan, Shelby Bainham, and Clara Westner.
Well, a very, very good trio here. And, guys, I tried to find a way to split these two that are in second and third. And, guys, the longer we go here, I think it's just more evident that we need to use the young lady in the red shirt just from a functionality and comfortability standpoint. This is one that we get on the side. Certainly is the best in terms of just design and balance from the side in terms of relaxing his spine and getting his head up and going. He's got the longest hip, and he's the only one that really reaches back behind his tail head. Now, I wish he had more foot and bone size to kind of go with some of that relative to the two that are in second and third, but I certainly think he's got enough. And I think when we get right on top of him, he fools you just a little bit. He's opened up there on the top side of his blade. He's got as much rib, shape as the other two here. And again, just wins it from a design and comfortability standpoint. Certainly has enough as we really get down into the meat and potatoes of that one. And I think that's why he wins this particular class. It's really getting tough between the two here that are very, very similar in type and kind. I'm not sure if they're mates. We go with the young lady on the far side in second just because I think he's a notch longer, leveler, and more comfortable out of his hip. Takes a longer stride with his rear too. Again, not quite as much in terms of bone and density and feature as the young lady's in third, but I think he's just a notch fresher in terms of back shape, a notch better in terms of extension from blade forward, and again, just uses his rear hip and hind leg just a notch better than the young ladies that's going to be in third. And this is one in third that probably has as much as any we've seen today, just in terms of overall back spread, and still yet he's not quite as crisp and fresh as I'd like him there, but that's one that's very, very well fed. His biggest problem for me today, he just gets too tight and short and steep about his hip and hind leg. If we could fix him there, I think he moves his way to the top, and we'd probably switch 1 and 3 there, but a very nice trio there in the top end, if you would. Put your hands together for those three as they exit the ring. As we get into the bottom end of this class, I think we round out in 4 and 5 here, and fourth is the young man's. Very well designed, just ran into an awful tough class here, young man. I think that's a nice kind of a barrow. Young man in fifth, same can be said. One that's extra stout featured and rugged in terms of skeleton, just doesn't blend and balance quite as well as the ones ahead of him, but a very nice class there nonetheless. If you would, put your hands together for all those exhibitors.
Entering the show arena at this time is Class 13 Market Barrows. These exhibitors are Olivia Havarilla, Colton Phillips, Riley Carnahan, Shelby Bainham, and Claire Westner. Congratulations, Class 12 Market Barrows. First place, Jenna Stahl. Second place, Caitlin Brandenburg. Third place, Kaylee Jennings. Fourth place, Cameron Hall. And fifth place, Wesley Tucker.
Well, nice class. We start getting into the heavier weights here, and we've got some give and take, and I think we still find a very easy place to start with the young ladies' white barrow, and still for being this weight still has some freshness and some look, and one that's still very comfortable in his skeleton. Boldness of center, boldness of rib. I think that's one that's still a very nice designed kind of a barrow to win this particular class. Second is going to be the young ladies' Duroc barrow, and this is one from a market hog standpoint has a lot to appreciate. This is one that's very, very correct and comfortable in his skeleton, very bold in his top and spread and rib and center body, and one that's very, very good in his hip and hind leg for a red hog. Obviously, kind of runs out of some flash and show ring look, but I think to get to this particular weight, I think that's kind of what that one needs to look like in this particular drive, and I think that's why he's second best today. Third will be the young man's Calico barrow, and this is one that just gets a little more upright on both ends of his skeleton, straighter in his shoulder, straighter in his hip. We just like to let this one flex and reach with a little more range of motion off both ends. Just soften him up about his center, relax him in his spine to get any higher in the class. Fourth, the young man's black barrow is one. Just like to see this one get out and go just a notch better, get his head up, just freshen him up. I think he's just there in a notch too much, not quite as comfortable there in his rear two as he goes. We round out in 5 with the young lady. At this particular weight, just not near enough on this particular hog. We just got to open him up and get more of him to get any higher in the class. But a very nice way to round out your barrow show. Just put your hands together and we'll work your last division.
Entering the show arena at this time is our first place exhibitors from classes 10 through 13. These exhibitors are Allie Morrison, Ace Tyndall, Jenna Stahl, and Claire Westner. Inside the holding pen should be our second place exhibitors from classes 10 through 13. These exhibitors are Travis Brandenburg, James Davis, Caitlin Brandenburg, and Shelby Manna. All third place exhibitors, please be getting ready in the barn. We get your final division out here in your barrow show, and we've got our 4 class winners. And again, I think 4 that are very, very comfortable in their skeleton. I think 4 that are very good in their angles of shoulder blade and forearm down to the ground, and 4 that I think are all long and level in their hip and get out and use it well. And when we get into the heavyweight side of the barrow show, a lot of times we've got to kind of start to sacrifice some structural integrity, and I'm very, very pleased that we don't. And as we evaluate these out here, it's, again, maybe not a secret that I was kind of eyeballing 2 out here in this particular division, and I'll be honest with you, I was kind of judging for reserve. There's one out here that I think just kind of hits me lights out. I knew from the minute I saw him in class, he's probably the one that we're going to have to beat at the end of the day. Young man's barrow in the center on the far side. That one wins pretty easily in this particular division. Congratulations to him. Entering the show arena at this time is James Davis. James King, please be making your way to the holding pens.
Well, I think it's very, very close out here for reserve in this particular division, and I guess as a pair they're awful similar, and one of them comes with just a notch more boldness of center and true hardness in center rib, and I think one comes with a notch more elevation in terms of just, blade set and high-headedness, and I think both these young ladies do an excellent job. Both are similar, again, in type and kind. I'd like to get some more bone and foot under both of these. Both of them have a tremendous center rib and body there in terms of just softness of center and still have some shape and top and freshness for this particular weight. And still, yeah, like I said, I think one comes at us just a notch bolder on the top side of his blade, just a notch stouter in terms of skull and jaw and face, and certainly comes at us with a notch more chest floor and openness of center rib. Young lady in the red shirt is going to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Entering the show arena at this time is Caitlin Brandenburg. Kaylee Jennings, please be making your way to the holding pen. Travis Brandenburg, please be entering the show arena at this time. Nicholas Caudell, please be making your way to the holding pen. Nicholas Caudell, you have 2 minutes to make your way inside the show arena. All other exhibitors are dismissed to go back to their pens. All first and second place exhibitors from the lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight division, please be inside the holding pens at this time. These exhibitors are from the lightweight division, first place Jack Wilson, second place Jackson Noss. Middleweight division, first place Paisley Tyndall, second place Addison Strotman. Heavyweight division, first place Ace Tyndall, second place Jenna Stahl. All third place exhibitors need to be getting ready in the barn. Entering the show arena at this time is first place exhibitors from all divisions. These exhibitors are Jack Wilson, Paisley Tyndall, and Ace Tyndall. Just a reminder, we are doing an overall Grand and Reserve market hog. So the Grand and Reserve barrows need to stick around, and Paisley Tyndall and Jack Wilson, your Grand and Reserve Gilts, need to be getting ready in the barn.
Well, if you would, put your hands together for your Barrow exhibitors here this evening. We bring these three out here, and I'll start by saying I think your Barrow show was kind of night and day above your Gilt show in overall quality, and that's not to really take anything from the top end specifically, but just top to bottom. You know, we didn't have near as many that had some major issues. I think we had a lot of classes that were tougher to sort, and a lot of give and take still yet at county fair level. But we get these three division winners out here, and I'm pretty stoked about all three of them. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't expect to have much of a decision. You know, coming into this thing, you find hogs that you go through classes in division that kind of stick with you, and then you come out here in the final drive and you find one or two that maybe you didn't forget about. You just kind of had one in your sights, and I think there's a pair out here that are awful good, and both are very good in terms of design and balance, and one's probably fed just a notch better in terms of freshness today, and one offers just a notch more in terms of heaviness of structure and stoutness of feature. And still, yeah, guys, I think we get these things out here, and as we kind of evaluate them, I think there's one that's probably just a notch more fault-free, and still yet comes with some extras in terms of having enough in terms of extension from blade forward, and having a wild look, and still very fresh in terms of back shape and center rib, and comes at us with a very good chest floor, and still, again, sits down on a very comfortable skeleton, one that's got a big rear leg and cannon bone, and still gets out, I think, and moves exactly how they should. And when you get into the heavier weights, sometimes, like I mentioned there in the last division, you kind of sacrifice some of that, and I don't think we had to really at all in all of our class winners and division winners and top five. So that being said, I think this is a really good trio of barrows. I think there's one out here that probably just hits me as just a notch more unique, a notch more in terms of overall stoutness of feature and heaviness of skeleton. I like the heavyweight to win the Barrow show. Congratulations to that young man.
Congratulations, Grand Champion Market Barrow, Ace Tyndall. Entering the show arena at this time should be Jenna Stahl. Allie Morrison, please be making your way to the holding pens.
We bring your reserve in, and one that just got outpowered and kind of ran into a buzzsaw there in that division, and still gets out here, and relative to the other two, I think gets out on a very comfortable skeleton, one that's got a tremendous reach and flexibility and range of motion, and that's why he won his particular or class, back then, and then wound up obviously reserving that division, and we evaluate him next to the other two out here. And guys, I think there's one out here that just suits me and what I would call my kind, and unless we've got one that's got the extras like our champion did, this one wins for me time and time again, and has for the past 10 years. Young lady's blue hog is going to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations, Reserve Champion Market Barrow, Paisley Tyndall. Addison Strotman, please be entering the show arena at this time. Alex Bosom, please be making your way to the holding pins. Congratulations, third overall Market Barrow, Alex Bosom. Sorry, Addison Strotman. Alex Bosom, please be entering the show arena at this time. Congratulations, fourth overall Market Barrow, Jack Wilson. Jackson Noss, please be entering the show arena. All other exhibitors are dismissed to their pins. Our Grand and Reserve Market Gilt, please be making your way to the holding pins. Grand Champion Paisley Tyndall and Reserve Champion Jack Wilson. Congratulations, fifth overall Market Barrow, Jenna Stahl. We want to give a big thank you to our sponsors one more time. Tim and Julie Wolfer, Lynn Derflinger, Ultimate 4-H'ers, All About Senior Insurance and more, Bonnie Fabian, El Saco Farms, Lee Farms, Liming Limousine and Cattle, Hilltop Farms, Tracy and Lane Young, Evans Funeral Home, L&L Plastics, Arch Materials, the Ross Family, Carney's Feed Mill, Wolfer's Farm and Feed Supply, Neighbors Against Solar, and the Pennington family. Can we give them a round of applause?
We need our Grand and Reserve champions for Market Barrows and Gilt to be outside the arena. We are doing an overall champion for the first time this year. So for our Market Gilts, we need Grand Champion Paisley Tyndall and Reserve Champion Jack Wilson. And for our Market Barrows, we need Grand Champion Ace Tyndall and Reserve Champion Paisley Tyndall. Please be outside the arena for an overall and Reserve Market Gilt, or Pig. We want to introduce our judge one last time for the night, Ethan Williams. He's 31 years old and from Coolville, Ohio. He owns and operates Williams Family Show Pigs, where he and his family raise purebred and crossbred show pigs. He has been judging for 11 years at the county and jackpot level across the Midwest. He is married to his wife, Raven, and has 2 kids, Kyla and Carson. Let's give our judge one last round of applause.
Well, I think a very, very good top pair here, and two that I'm very happy with in terms of design and build and look, and I think they represent the show pig industry and what it is today, and I think still yet have some extras, and I think compliments to both of these exhibitors for getting these things fed. I think they're very, very fresh and probably dialed in about exactly 12 o'clock where they need to be. And, are they perfect? No. There's not a perfect one. And as we kind of evaluate these two, there's areas I'd like to change on both of them if I got really, really critical. And still yet, I think as we get them out here, there's one that just offers kind of a combination of look and heaviness of structure and power and feedability and freshness in terms of muscle shape. And guys, there's no big speech for me tonight. I'd like to get on the road and get home. We got to pick a Grand and Reserve, which to my understanding will be your first overall at this county fair, and I think that's fantastic. I think it's great, and certainly kids deserve that and want that. I hate when we don't come back in and have an overall champion, so I would encourage you maybe next year to vote or talk to your show staff and go for a top 5 overall Barrows and Gilts, and just give kids another spot to try to shoot for and get in there in the overall mix-up. But again, very, very good pair here, guys. All I'll tell the exhibitors is make sure you thank whoever it is that gives you the opportunity to be here. That's something I've just kind of said, for the past 10 or 11 years, and parents and advisors and people that help, friends, family, whatever. Make sure you thank the kids as well. Make sure you tell them you're proud of them, even if they didn't do maybe quite how they wanted to today. They need to hear it, from you a lot more than we do from them. We know they're thankful that we see the passion they drive in it, and I think we've got some families out here represented that obviously work hard, and guys, as a show from top to bottom, skin and hair, showman ability, skill, and stature out here, I think was very, very good top to bottom. I didn't see any disrespect or kids losing control or anything like that, so compliments to them. If you would put your hands together for all your exhibitors one more time. I'll go find you a champion hog.
Paisley Tyndall needs to be entering the show arena at this time. Congratulations, overall grand champion market hog, Ace Tyndall.
We dropped that reserve in, which, if I'm not mistaken, is also the young ladies, and that thing comes in, and like I said, those kind of won under me on a microphone for so many years, and just fault-free, really good design, good balance, one that's got some extra shape and center body and dimension, and still comes at us with such a good tight, throat and head and skull, and gets out, and the longer we go, I think the better that one gets, just in terms of being comfortable, and the reason he got beat is just he ran up against one that had some extras in terms of density and bone and circumference of bone and foot and ankle, and we get him out here with this Gilt, and guys, I think both are very, very good. I asked the young lady if she thought she was on the right one, and she seemed to think she was, and I'll be honest with you, you could probably flip a coin. For me, I like to place priorities, first and foremost, and the ground up, and I know at times as a county fair judge you have to contradict yourself and play the cards you're dealt in certain classes and maybe go against the grain a time or two, but guys, when we've got the extras and we've got that on top of a good build, and we've got enough of everything else, I like to go back to that and prioritize that first and foremost, and as we kind of evaluate these, I think there's one out here that's just fault-free in terms of being square from blade to knee to ground, hip to hock to ground, one that's got extra look, one that's very, very fresh, as they both are, in terms of just back shape and muscularity, and I think as we kind of evaluate which one we want to pick, I think the longer I go, the more evident it becomes. I asked the young lady if she was on the right one. I don't think she is. I like the young lady's Blue Barrow second best. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations, reserve champion Paisley Tyndall.